Hello and welcome back, everyone. We are here continuing as Brandenburg. Let's take a look at our events. Do love that we can filter. So we will filter out stuff that's not happened yet. We are not going to spike that. Robber Baron's not going to spike that. A new capital for Brandenburg. We already moved it over there. Although, that's unfortunate. Doesn't look like that big a deal. It looks like, okay, age 3, claiming Royal Prussian area. Alright. Our new residence for our elector. Less than 1 civil construction. Berlin. Speaking of, we actually probably should get on the Royal Court and Garden. Because those are good buildings. We do love to see it. Hey, Happy Shah. How's it going? I think resident most frequent first chatter. I'm pretty sure we have high antagonism. Oh. Pretty sure we have high antagonism. We also changed our hotkeys. So, gonna be a little bit of fumbling around from me, probably. As I get used to the new ones. Might even need a cheat sheet off to the side, but long term, I think utilizing these is gonna be really nice. So, this is on our T button, which is topography and vegetation. This is bound to our Y button, which is all the language stuff, so we can cycle through the language stuff. This is bound to our A button, kind of the military stuff that you consult. Thinking about moving forts over here, but currently we have tactical into supply into war. And if you, the way it works is it will always use the first slot, so if we go to supply, and then we go back to political, if we click the button again, it'll always go tactical, so because tactical is the first item in the queue, so it's basically a tactical map mode that we can spam again to do the later things. And in particular, this diplomacy button, which we have bound to D, I think will be really nice. Normal diplomacy, and then opinion, and then country disposition, which we don't ever look at because we never had this bound before. But we could see covets your land, indifferent, a couple other ones, wary, a little bit, well, actually we need a spy network to see what's going on in more kind of detail. Country personalities, not something we look at too often. I'm a bot, that's why I'm so early. Hot damn. I feel like HRE is mega annoying to play with all the antagonism. I mean, that's a feature. And then AI conquest desire, so we could take a look at what the AI is thinking. Biz is looking to get busy. And then threat, who is threatening to these nations? A lot of things are threatening to us. And then we have F on food, showing productivity first. I think the productivity is the most important one. And then province food, and then market food balance, and market food stockpile. Kind of give an idea. This one's just harbors. Which, if we need to rake back a button, this would be the one to rake back, because this is somewhat similar. Natural harbor and then actual harbor capacity. The natural harbor capacity is really the important one. You could live without the other one. And then here we have cultures on X, and then you click it again for religion by location, and then culture group. And we are going to make a video for this and release kind of our files. Development we have on where it was before on V, but then it also goes into prosperity and population satisfaction. Because those kind of, you often check those in sequence. You like look at development, or you could double click to check out prosperity. And then prosperity also ties in pretty close with satisfaction. So I thought that was reasonable. We have location, wealth, and then tax base, which I think often are two you oscillate with, and you can kind of see places that don't have that much control. We maybe throw actual income onto there, but I don't think it's that relevant. We have a few new things bound as well. I think, like, oh, where's the... Yeah, like, economic base of countries we didn't have before, where you can just look at how much money other countries have. Keybind video went probably tonight. And then here we have tribesmen. I forget where we bound this. I think it was one of the control groups. No. I forget what button this is bound on, but it shows tribesmen, then slaves, and then majority social class. As I'm getting used to it, I'm gonna need to kind of occasionally do this. It's on the M. It must be on M. Yeah. And this you can just use to kind of try and figure out the peasant percentage is really the important one, and that we have bound on Control X. But also it can just click it more for the other percentages. For whatever reason, there's not a clergy percentage map mode. Hohoslerin. What about it? Do you have your Keybindings sheet updated? The sheet is mostly updated. The stuff to the right's not updated. And then we also have, we have some empty keys too, but now Control W was always provinces, but now you can click it again to move through the higher order stuff. Do want to get pinned files set up in the Discord before we do the video. But that's kind of what we have going on, so expect a little bit of flubbing as we try and look around for stuff. We are currently culture converting over there, and we're increasing control here so that we culture convert faster. We thought about assigning proximity to the same button as control as well, but decided that, like, very often you just, like, want to skip to the proximity, so that's on control Q now. The reconstruction period, okay. Whoa. I think we'll take the legitimacy because we're paying for it now, and we do want to fade another disaster. So we'll take the guaranteed not getting a succession crisis. I wonder what happens when there's multiple urban rights. Urban rights is now bound. There's a lot of new toys. Are you getting them in the this run for the Hohozarin? Zolarin? I actually don't even know. What that constitutes. I'm not as well versed in Brandenburgian history. Can we copy paste your Keybindings? Not yet. You will be able to. The, like, annoying part is you have to copy and paste two files. You have to copy and paste the Keybindings file. You also have to copy and paste this file that has all this pinned stuff, because it's going to be using that now, and so I have to set that up. I'm planning on doing it today. If you maintain Wittelbach, you can't do it. Alright, we're not doing it then. Womp womp. People told me the meta was to maintain Wittelbach, so this is what we did. Perhaps we made an error. Perhaps the people were not to be trusted. No, we hate it when they can't be trusted. No. Alright. Gonna continue to expand out the lumber. Or I guess start to some extent. We do have subjects. We probably want to think about which subjects we want to annex first and why. We want to accept Western Pomeranian, I think, rather than culture converting it. So they actually might be reasonable. Let's see how much... Yeah, this is only going to cost us 0.15 to accept. So we'll annex that guy as quickly as we can, basically. Are you going to continue as Byzantium? That's the plan. I can show what's going on in that run. I was halfway through recording a new episode when something bricked the run, and I made a report about it, but I could probably console command to get around it. But what happened is a rebellion. Offered unconditional surrender, a civil war, which makes them occupied. Normally, when you occupy the territory in a civil war, it just immediately flips. Now it's occupied territory. You also cannot do a normal peace deal with a civil war, so it actually just hard bricks, like the war cannot end. Unless we surrender to them, which we could do, but how do you deal with complacency as biz? Getting coalition and paying for Diplo. Oh, I hate civil wars with them never surrendering. It's that it's impossible because their territory is occupied. Their territory is occupied by us, which normally can't happen, but it gets occupied when an unconditional surrender happens. So, the run's just actually hard-bricked. But I made a thing for it. Blurry? Not like this. Really, I should show off my minis when this happens. Or really just the only one I kind of painted okay. Lord of the Rings Gil-galad. This little cape kind of changes color. And then we pull it back slow. Yeah, there we go. And then we're back in focus. Gil-galad saved us. Shout out to Gil-galad. Horrible profile. Very cool model. Okay, much better now. You can thank Gil-galad. Gil-galad fixed it for us. I think we're planning on going humanist this run as well, so we could probably start switching out over those laws. Not sure on humanist. Do want to kind of try it out. Okay. That's what we wanted to look at. Right. So we have one more. Are we close? Kinda. Gil-galad, more like Gil-gachad, basically. Reversal of allegiances. I mean... yeah, I guess we'd rather trade up. Oh, what a massive trust hit. Alright. We might start shoving money down people's throats, too. Oh, that gift is cheap. We want to get him to... Well, actually, we probably... Oh my god. Saxon. Alright. Sax. We've got the best Sax in town. How much is it for us to accept, then? They already have a positive opinion of us. So we might be able to accept them on the cheap. We accept Marrakesh. I know we're trying to convert it. We could accept Marrakesh on the cheap. Maybe that's what we're supposed to do. It's so small, I kind of do want to subsume it. This one's not cheap, but we're culture converting that out. But the Germanic ones are just generally going to be cheap. Maybe that was a little bit of a leak by us. We're already, like, converting it, though. I don't know. Like, we're almost done with this province, and then we have, like, some of this, but... we do want more legitimacy, thank you. Berlin. Ich bin Berliner. Trade insurance scheme. Some amount of positive. We know not what. I guess we'll do this. How much are we over on Diplo? Quite a bit. We do want to start changing. I think we want to change this to any religion. Oh my god. She's gonna give us 20 progress towards humanist. Interesting. Unfortunately, the Teutons join the HRE. That would be an avenue for expansion for us otherwise. Because antagonism reasons. Did we ever build that road? Oh, I think we... Oh, okay, we kept road on the same hotkey. We did build the road. To the wool. From the window to the wool. To the wool. Till the drop down our map mode. Hello, kind streamer. Is the Franco state a subject broken because it says I could declare wars but on half of them, but I can't because subject, and the other half I have spy network? Franco state subject broken. Well, they have two different subject types. Some of them are... Is there a way to look at... I don't think there's like a subjects map mode, but some of these guys are vassals and fiefdoms who do not have independent diplomacy, and some of them are appanages which do. You know why Poland campaign? Burghers pay gold for equivalent 25 cloth on the market, but the same market, the actual demand for cloth is 20. Do you have mercantilism? They introduced a new modifier for asymmetric demand after getting rid of a modifier for asymmetric demand, which I don't know how I feel about, but export impact on demand plus 10%. Immersion, how is it going? The Greek Latin Empire. Okay. So that's done. This should be nice. And we have like some that like we want to assimilate the Polish out. So I guess makes some sense. Looks like our subject's kind of having an okay job of this. Let's check how they're doing. Oh no, what happened? Oh, he's not using the cab action anymore. Damn it. He's integrating. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, because everything that's Polish and Slavic we want to convert, basically. Some RNG for it. Greater Prussia, I think you mean Greater Brandenburg, big true. Special flavors, you could declare war on other Latin Empire claims from Franco states, but it doesn't let me if Naples or Sicily joins. You demand subject, it's on. Interesting. And you can't demand anything because you're a subject? Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with you. Any way to promote tribesmen super fast? Yes. The promote tribesmen interaction is multiplicatively effective. It takes a little while. We don't have the cabinet action. It's multiplicatively effective, though. With... encourage urbanization. One of them gives percentage. One of them gives flat modifier. Encourage urbanization gives flat modifier for promotion. And this scales depending on the pop type. So some pop types promote faster. And then that gives flat. And then promote tribesman interaction gives percentage. And taken together, you know, it's multiplicatively effective. So it's like somewhere between 5 and 10 times is good to use both at the same time. So I would generally encourage you to get social ladder before trying to promote tribesmen, because it's way better. Unless you like really need to get something done in a particular way. Oh, we're gonna promote that. Can we decide we don't like the Poles? No. We don't have enough prestige to not like the Poles. Much else of the generic tree we want. Clergy usually cap their literacy max. Just trying to stall out a little bit till we get more institutions. How are we doing here? Oh, not very good. I thought this was gonna like kind of handle itself to some degree. I think that we need more marketplaces. Not a lot we can do on that front, though. I don't think we're getting very much from trade. Yeah, we're getting like 0.1 decades. We're doing that so that we spread the institutions a little bit faster. I think we have libraries in both and roads in both. It's the fact that we moved, like, well, actually, there wasn't much there to begin with, but we did move it. But trades that we do with Nuremberg and Praha... Actually, once... It should be a little bit better. Well, trades we do with these guys should pull the institution. I mean, we can embrace pro-army, but... How's the patch compared to 1.1? I think it's an improvement. There's, like, nothing in the patch that I'm, like, that I disliked. I was, like, mixed bag on 1.1. There's not, like... I wouldn't call it, like, revolutionary, though. We have a few new things. A few new toys. Like the urban rights. We're gonna damage our opinion of Poles. Greater Polish. We actually don't like you guys. And when we don't like them, we can convert them faster. English only, please, Nikita. There's a few other things going on. Like trade got a little bit of a rework. A lot of little things got balanced. For the DLC is primarily Byzantine and Balkan content. Complete basic rights in the Italian nation. Yes, it's cheesy, but Paradox doesn't seem to care. We could do this. Isn't it under access? This is actually something I don't really do that often. What do we need? We need a port. Yeah, okay. That would make sense. We don't have a port. France still goes for HRE. A little bit disappointed with trade orders. They keep unprofitable trades when you set them up and you can't manipulate supply and demand. That's the idea, that they just always trade. What do you mean? That's part of the idea of trade orders, is they will always use your trade capacity as best they can for trading that particular good, no matter what, even if it's bad. Can you let us gamble our channel points for something? I could. I have to learn how to set that stuff up. You have no fleet? Yeah. They should add tariffs or import-export ban? Maybe. I'm not sure that's... I think that historically, the period of, like, mercantilism and protectionism, where governments had a bigger influence on, like, what trade goods were allowed to pass through, was not prevalent in this time period. And the Wealth of Nations was written in response to, like, this protectionism. But I don't think it appeals till, like, later. What happened to slaves? They disappeared in, like, 50 years? That was the case in 1.1 as well. The slaves were not being promoted properly. They fixed them not being promoted, and then they just promote really quickly. basically instantly. So unless there is a slave job for them, they kind of just shuffle around and promote very quickly. Yes, it was. It was the case that they were affecting what was trade. Mercantilism was big. I don't think in 1300s it was big. 1400s is a little early, yeah. Like, it was leading up to, like, the publishing of Wealth of Nations, which was 1776, but it wasn't, like... Yeah. My understanding is it was not prevalent, the interventionism of governments in terms of what commerce was done was not, like, prevalent during this time period. That's... Brandenburg's a pretty big portion of our political power, I think. It should be, because it's got, like, a lot of, so really not have that many... Oh, yeah, it's got a decent amount of upper tier pops. Or maybe, like, I guess it'd be cleaner for me to say, like, we shouldn't be able to do that right now. Like... Reformation, if there is that mechanic, it should come in Reformation. And maybe be tied to mercantilism. They thought that wealth was zero sum. Yeah, I know, but they, like, that didn't, like, inform policy as a movement until, like, the later portion of this, like, time period. As far as I understand. Do we just constantly get this? 4 years? Well, we have an alliance with them, right? Did they break our alliance? I don't see our alliance anywhere. I didn't hear no bell. We want to send them an insult first. It's going to be a little bit of a stab hit, but we have stab to spare. We were actually thinking of revoking something. Oh, we have a temporary revoke privilege cost. That's right. Emerge from the turmoil. And that's... We did revoke something. That's why we have low noble approval, right? I don't think we have any spiritualist things. No, we don't. So we're gonna go humanist. I don't think we have anything we want to get rid of for the clerics or these guys. Wow. In such a good spot to revoke stuff, but we don't want to revoke anything. What are you gonna do? Plutocratic monarchy. That's new. Progress towards cap economy and trade income. Max tax -2. That seems good. Trade income's normally a hard modifier to get. How do we feel about it slot though? We have to think ahead towards what slots. We need to do both the naval ones. God, 10% trade income's so good though. Actually, it wouldn't be very good for us right now. I think we're generating a lot more from tax. Guilds definitely pressured. Yeah. I think we're underestimating the bureaucracy of the late Middle Age. Roman Empire had trust funds. The math was completed without the aid of computers. The Romans were a different beast than like late medieval. Export-import bans and duties def existed in medieval era, just in varied forms. Should be implemented in some way, hopefully will. I guess we won't put this in right now. It just like, it wouldn't be good right now. The thing is we're like we have like almost too much stab. Or like stab's kind of a resource and we just like, us having this much doesn't help us, really. I do not understand how to become Latinitas with the ERE. I think you need to take a lot of Italian land. That's not where we have population anymore. Where do we put population? Alright. Yeah, I would need to look into it a little bit more, I guess. I'm not like that confident in my assertion. I guess this is a source of... God, we have very, very low. We don't have progress towards innovative enough to... Could put this in. I don't think we want that. Wow, we have so much progress towards... I feel like normally innovative kind of comes free. What's holding us back? We have a zealot. Oh. Okay. That's a decent rate. Average literacy as well. Give this streamer like, thank you. Not to take away from the accomplishments of the Roman, but the Empire was a lot more urbanized than medieval. But the Empire was a lot more urbanized than medieval Europe, which I think makes it easier to find skilled professionals that can inhabit a bureaucracy. It makes it easier for bureaucracy to function, since it doesn't need to spend as much political power in the mere act of finding people. I think I agree. I mean, like, there's a reason they call it the Dark Ages. So, I think we keep Berlin as the capital. Well, itinerant court action. Joint ruling reform. If I recall correctly, this one sucks butt. But I don't recall correctly. This one actually sucked butt because decentralization was bad. Is this just an eventual stab hit for us, though? God, that's so much satisfaction to lose. I don't think we have that much cash Nubian. It's all the minority pops. Monarchy will not be separated. Well, was this flavor? Are we supposed to for flavor? Joint ruling eventually removes itself. Alright. Let's just go with it then. You know, the Visselbach achievement has been fixed? I do not know. I don't play on Iron Man, really. I don't, I think it's just bad for content. Like, if you're making content and, like... I'm also just relatively careless. There's a lot of instances where I just, like, super flub stuff. Like, playing slow and carefully takes, like, longer. You know what I mean? And, like, playing in a very, very slow, methodical way, like, I don't know. Not like it's bad or anything. But, like, it has a cost to it. If it takes, like, 20% longer to make videos, because you have to play in a different way, then, like, just to make it like Iron Man, I don't know. People can decide if they think I'm good at the game or not. And I don't think Iron Man is, like, that substantive, especially because you could just fake it. And this is, like, a big part of, like, just competition in general. If, let's do this for now. If a rule can be just, like, bypassed, like, then it, like, shouldn't be a rule, just generally speaking. Because it just, effectively rewards, like, people who cheat and this type of thing. And I think, like, the fact that Iron Man can be, like, bypassed on a whole bunch of stuff makes me, like, just, like, kind of think it's, like, almost a little bit silly as a requirement. And also sometimes really lame stuff happens in, like, Iron Man, and then you just can't, like, do that much about it unless you've, like, been keeping backup saves or stuff like this, and it's just, like, a bunch of overhead, and it's like, for what? Achievements in general are also, like, less appealing to me. Since I started, like, making content, because people can decide whether or not they think I'm good at the game. Even for the Dark Ages, there's not much written sources from 5 to 9 centuries before 20th century history was all about written sources. Now the term doesn't make as much sense. We know a lot more about those times. Interesting. What about the dopamine hit from the achievement popping? True. Big true. This guy gets it. need more lumber. We don't have like full control over the prices yet because there's other people in the market with us. This is becoming like more of a issue. Okay, let's do that. Artois? Are you in the HRE, Artois? Artois? For 95% of players, you play slow and methodically. Relative to 95% of players, I think I play like by the seat of my pants a lot. Also, like, if you play Iron Man, like, it's harder to actually learn the game. This is another big part of why I don't like playing Iron Man. If you play Iron Man, like, should we canonize right now? I think it gives, like, legitimacy, right? I mean, I guess, if there's gonna be a time. Let's do it, I guess. There we go. More income for us. So we're starting to get going here. But yeah, like, I don't know. If you play, like... If you play on hardcore games, like Path of Exile, and you're playing on... Like, if you're playing on hardcore, like... you have to play, like, an uber bitch, like... And just, like, not take any risks ever. Because, like, punting a 30-hour character for, like, some marginal-ass risk is, like... So you, like, never limit test stuff. Because you're just like, oh, well, I could do this, but then, like... If I win, I get, like, 10% more loot than I would per hour otherwise, and if I lose, I just punt the character, so... Are you in the Lubeck market? There's no Lubeck market. We've stolen the Lubeck market. You make one mistake in Iron Man, it could be game ending. You go back to 1337, sometimes it could be your fault, bugs can occur. Sometimes it's a misclick. Imagine misclicking to, like, start a new life and the... Like, the pop-up comes as you're trying to click some other thing, and it's like, start new life in the colonies, and it's like, oh, the run's dead. Like, or swapping the swapping sides button, and not being able to swap back on a rev, in Vic 3 is, like, insane. Like, I would never play Vic 3 Iron Man, like, until they change that. And that's been present since release. The swap sides is in the exact same spot as the declare neutrality button. You can't go back, and if you a rev just bricks the run. You lose the run if you have a rev. Like it's psychotic to play Iron Man in Vic 3. Not because like it's like spectacularly hard, but there's like a self-flagellation involved with just like on rare occasion just completely punting the run for something that's really stupid. We'll take the stab. We're getting more pops. I love restarting. Session 1 is the best. I mean, that's fair, but nothing stops you from restarting. I mean, I guess that's one way to look at it, though. What are we doing? 85? 85 is pretty good. I can't wait to not pay for some stuff. Unfortunately, our opinion with this guy is getting better. Freaking greedy is bad. We don't really want to fight Lunenburg. Oh, Austria didn't take our alliance, so we actually do we just not have allies anymore? What happened? I guess. We have money. We can merc if it gets weird. These CBs are also really good. We can merc up if it gets weird. massive stab hit. I don't think we need those 49 dudes. Is it more than 49 dudes? I feel like the number is lying to me. No, it's not. Why does the number say like 4K? Why do we raise like this many guys when it says half as many? Sure. Just want to nuke the stacks before they can unite. Army movement speed's actually kind of nice here. I don't know if we'll take a chunk of Lüneburg. Ideally, we want to full annex this other guy. We know that there's in the wings there. Shoot, that was my bad. Ugh. I think we like the construction speed anyways. We're just kind of stalling. Let's go here. Oh, he just finished a fort? That wasn't there like 10 seconds ago. Or I'm going crazy. It's probably I'm going crazy. Oh shit. Okay. Didn't we take that? Oh, I guess not. What? Oh, we're here. I think we come back. Wow. Do we have food for this? We do. Cool. The world is feeling more alive this match. I'm silly. Just being funny. Does the world feel more alive? A little bit. Like, it's more clear. A little bit. That's not what we want. Control button stuck. Countries... I think they're kind of doing a little bit on this front in terms of personality of countries and stuff. I don't know if I would say it feels like way more alive. This is something that takes time. I think that estates being little shits is like kind of something that needs work. Like they should be little shits. And they're kind of not. Like estates should be really annoying. Oh, this guy's just gonna be... Nah, we have to go get rid of this. I think we might have a river crossing. We could have just checked. Yeah, that should be fine. Wait, what? See, this is why we don't play on Iron Man. This is a Merc stack? Why did that one-shot our stack? Oh, I'm so confused why we got one shot. Regulars are so much fucking stronger. And just like looking at it, it's hard to discern that that's like kind of what's going on. We'll make a stack of regulars ourselves. Are we like close to dead actually even? I think that we're not, because we could pick up our allies' stacks if they are, and put them on supportive even if need be. Yeah. Anyone else gonna link up? Yeah, okay, cool. We should win this. We did. They didn't address the North naval attrition micro, so I think playing Scandinavia is still micro how. I would just use the mod. I guess I'll skip for another patch, thanks for the info. I do like the patch, I think they're making progress. Just usually, with those types of questions, someone is looking for like some really big change. Do you think it's worth trying to wait for the discount? No. The prices, it's not that the prices are more sticky, it's that you need a much lower price in order to get the discount. And so this justifies, like, kind of changing the way you play a little bit. How's this shape up for us? Antag-wise. Stenton's dead. Yeah, we don't want to eat too much more antagonism than this. We can go for like the humiliations on this guy or whatever. But I think we just want to annex Stettin and like kind of be done with it. Or we get like money and etc. from this guy. Alright. While we're at this. 27. All of our stability. Yes, all of it. I'm happy they added cycling maps. That's another thing. If your army is 0 morale and they walk an enemy, they just die. It's probably no. It's because they had cavalry in it. Levies like levies suck balls. The thing is like you can't tell just by looking at a unit whether it has like how many regulars or mercs. So when you're fighting with levies, a lot of it is just randomly like punting an entire stack and the stack is useful. Like the stack actually gives decent amount of combat powers if you have regulars along with it. But levies solo bolo against regulars, it just like it's like throwing troops into a wood chipper. Annoying estates are realistic, they should be annoying, but I don't think it'd be very fun to have it. I mean, I think that there should be levers of the game being challenging and interesting that do not involve, like, warfare. And currently, like, that's, like, kind of where it's supposed to be difficulty. Or, supposed to be difficulty. It's supposed to be difficult. Hello, I am difficulty. And let me tell you the tale of my existence and coming to be, for I am difficulty incarnate. Yeah. We give ass for glass. Alright. 3 hazard, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. First game on the patch was Muscovy, and I'm definitely making slightly bigger vassals. One per vassal slowed it down. Yeah, I think this is the way. Stettin unconditionally surrendered. Yeah, that's causes an issue with civil wars. We actually don't need... Yeah, we don't have any levies to... We completely punted our stack of levies because we made the mistake of not building knights. Do you have a mod list posted anywhere? Currently, I don't think we have any mods turned on, but we're going to turn on the auto-expand mod. It got bricked by the latest patch, though. I got Missionary Zeal through Parliament, which increased conversion speed by 25%, but doesn't seem to apply to cabinet conversion speed. Is this a bug, or am I not getting it? That's weird. I'm not sure what you mean. It should be applying here. You look in the demography tab, and the cabinet conversion gives flat amount there, but I would take a look at this and try and diagnose through there. How do you put more than one keybind to move through the map modes? So what you need to do is you need to assign to the keybinds your map mode slots, and so for example we have assigned X to our map slot 8, and so when we click X, here's map slot 8, it will cycle through these 3 map modes, starting with the one that's first put in. So we can look at cultures, then religion, and then culture groups. And so we have on one key provinces through continents. Because generally speaking, you check provinces only. So I really wish the economy was harder to scale for the first 100, 150 years. I agree. Like, you just... We're supposed to be playing, like, a difficult start, and, like, already we're, like... it feels like we're in good shape. I think the solutions are not necessarily that straightforward, though. Here. I don't know why it gives you a shitload of diplomats when you get an unconditional surrender. That seems like exploitable. Holy shit, for what? The map thing? Yeah, it's pretty sweet. We set everything up for ourselves yesterday. We could actually show our bindings. We're gonna make a video on it tonight, though. I don't know, we'll show it, maybe. Ah, it's not what I wanted. That's my draft. Alright, if you have kids, hide them. Spreadsheet incoming. Surely I gave you guys enough time to hide your children, right? This is the way we have our map modes set up currently. If you want to screenshot it, we have some open spaces. Like Control Q is open, Control Z is open. A lot of the control groups here are open, but I think I'll just keep those for new map modes. That way, like when new map modes come out, we have like a bit more to do. But we'll be making a video kind of explaining our choices here, but I think that this is an improvement, even though we moved some stuff around, and it'll take a little bit of getting used to. Like, we don't have culture on Control E or Control R anymore. I think overall, it's going to allow us to shuffle through a lot more stuff, and then we have some stuff that we don't check, like we didn't have before, like economic base. Maybe we look to highlight some of that stuff, because economic base almost included somewhere else. Like, I think we could include advances and economic base almost on the same thing, but Control D, Control H, let's kind of just show them quick in game, because these are map modes we don't consult very often, but Control D shows advances, so you can check tech, and then Control H shows the economic base, so just evaluating countries at a glance. Just being able to cycle through that's useful. I really do like, for example, diplomacy. We can look diplomacy, opinion, disposition, personality, AI, conquest, desire. These are things that we like typically we are only interested in the diplomacy, and then secondarily the opinion. And it will always cycle through the same order, starting with the same one, but we can just, at a glance, kind of look at the later stuff too. So, yeah. You didn't give me enough time? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm only 36 and now I'm traumatized. This is how lives are ruined. I apologize. Edwin the Nuke, thank you for the Prime subscription. Much appreciated, my guy. Thank you, thank you. Which dynasty are you working with? The Wittelsbach. Ich bin eine Wittelsbach. Does that work? Alright, let's humiliate Saxe-Lauenburg. Take their money. Take their war reps. Take their dignity. Oh, maybe we're supposed to annex them if they have a subject there. Oh well, it's not a big deal. Kind of want to humiliate them too and take their money. At this point, I think we just let the siege go through. Let's do our parliament in Berlin. So few choices. What is this? I think this one's good. Yeah, 10 years, extra research speed and tax efficiency, brother. Although we're like kind of capped out ish. Alright, we'll do this. Might as well lessen the levy obligations considering we punted all of our levies. And then now we can... Wait, why are all of our laws changing all simultaneously? What the hell? That's what the person said when they made so many law changes. What the hell's going on? What? That has to be a bug, surely. Okay, let's favor the wealthy. I'm so confused. You're a junior partner and you're not a senior partner, PU? Yeah, but okay. I'm not used to being a junior partner. Because I'm not used to being a junior partner and then pushing through all the reforms. We have to pass them up to... Because they have an institution lead on us, basically. God damn it. How do you always have a parliament agenda from all 4 estates? I only have nobles and clergy consistently. Because... I can't show you the button. There's a button here. This button matters. If you're playing as, like, generally non-European countries, a lot of them only start out with, like, burghers and clergy. You have to get the burghers to 20% clout, and then, or not clout, power, and then you can change it. It's like a legitimacy hit or something. Auto-expand's mod's gonna need some work, like getting rid of temples now that they suck. Well, you just don't turn on the temples thing. But, they need the new building, yeah. The one that's actually good. The one that's actually good is expansive, though, which it should be. Temple was, like, honestly the best building in the game. It was, like, a silly building. Oh, it changes this shit, too? Bro. Is this because we picked joint ruling? Bro, we got trolled. Because does our union break if we don't choose joint ruling? I think we got trolled. I think chat trolled us. That's my story, I'm sticking to it. Brother. Yeah, so they will take the time to convert that. Just trying to think. How many provinces we want to each guy. I guess this guy doesn't have stuff to do right now with his cabinet action, so let's give him this. Okay. In what ways do you think EU5 has already eclipsed EU5, and where does it have ways to go? Well, like, the most obvious is just the map is insane. I don't really have that good a handle on these types of questions, though. But there's like 30,000 locations, so in terms of granularity of the map, I'm bad at these questions, though, because I don't know EU4 that well. I wasn't like an EU4, like I played a lot of EU4, but I played a lot of EU4 a long time ago, and then I stopped playing it. I stopped playing it at Leviathan. I would play like here and there quite a bit. I think I have like 1,500 EU4 hours. I played it basically since release, so if I had 1,500 hours between release and Leviathan, I'm not like a hyper regular player. How did we get everything converted? Alright, we did. But holy shit, all these laws changing is really obnoxious. I guess we should have not been in a personal union. Also not saying that it shouldn't work like that. I'm just saying it's annoying that it works like that. It should perhaps be annoying. Because it also fucks up our values that we've been trying to push for an extended period of time. Like, we made a monstrous push towards plutocracy, and now we're like... Oh. Now we actually probably need to use cabinet action to preserve what we have, actually. Because pushing plutocracy is not fucking easy. That'll make our culture, our assimilation a little bit better. Yeah, because we don't have very much there. So that'll be really slow, but eventually it'll get cored. Do you go humanist this patch? I don't know. We're trying out humanist this run, though. I'm not sure. Thanks for the answer, you're the man. I listen to your runs while I'm at work. You helped teach me how to play Vicky 3. Thank you for the views and the support. Do you think it will be time before Great Wave gets ironed out? No, I don't think it'll be a while. I think it'll probably happen this week. Chalice, if you were playing Iron Man, yeah. I don't know. We're still backsliding, but not by as much. That's rough. Aiden Vale, or Aiden Valley, thank you for follow. I think we will improve relations with them. Kind of want to fight Volgast. We're planning on just accepting this culture here. The Western Pomeranian. So we can annex this guy. We can just get started. It takes hella long. Also probably don't need this amount of dip spend. It's not that high percentage of our income. Let's do this. And we'll feed him more if we can. Annexation's really slow. The 200 base cost is a vibe. But we can feed the other stuff to... Is this on the coast? Yeah. We can feed the other stuff to the other guy as well. I heard Magdeburg is a great place for the Brandenburgian capital. Magdeburg is reasonable. Magdeburg is reasonable. You're close to the silver. You're on a river. Kind of have a wide open area, vegetation. Magdeburg is reasonable. I think we're gonna stick with Berlin for theminess. I think we'll go with this guy. The percent clout on the peasants is like kind of nice. Yeah. Actually, we can make this guy head of cabinet maybe. We don't have crown power characters really to work with. And by doing that, I think we will avoid backsliding. The plutocracy we will. So this is, I don't think this would have been possible to do with the auto push finishing. Like this would, the old system where auto push would finish, unassign your guy, would brick this, and we wouldn't be able to use this to preserve. So like, the change is good in some regards, but like, I wish there was like a really annoying pop-up that just said, hey, your auto push is like, you've finished the thing. God. That cost us, like, so much stab that this shit got changed. The laws, too. We have some Age 1 stuff we're into. Usually we end up picking that construction up at some point. Grasping at straws here. Stolp your vassal? Yeah. It's neat that they changed the rivers to have other modifiers. It is neat. Big fan. Some are much better than others. Like, this is gonna give a plus 25% dev growth. This is actually gonna be reasonable as a city. Which is the plan. We've been trying to get the price collapses kind of going, but it's been rough. Maybe we just urbanize this thing. Promotions being faster in areas where you have low control is definitely weird. Someone was saying that that was the case. I'm not sure if that's true, but I guess kind of observing it here. Or at least they're fast here. Did we not click that? Okay. Oh, Bohemia is so rich. What's your opinion on building only in 100 control, excluding multi-market, where you would build it only in the highest control? That's too narrow. You run out of building slots too quickly. And, like, it's kind of okay early on, but, like, you step on your own toes when it comes time to start upgrading buildings, because you want to build towards max level for economies of scale reasons, and the amount of different industries you can build to economies of scale decreases as the game goes on, because your max building level doesn't really scale up that well, but the amount of buildings you can build scales up quite strongly, so you're gonna be in a weird spot. Looks like they're starting to convert the Brandenburgian. Brandenburgish. How do you get rid of all these banks? You don't. We hate the banks. We've hated them since release. They're really annoying. They use up your building slots. Not much you can do about it other than revoking their building rights and having more power projection than them. Why is assimilating pop culture is multiplied by control, but converting isn't? I'm not sure of the design choice there. I think you might be incorrect. I think it is. Oh, really? Sorry, my bad. No, you're good. You're good. You just probably noticed assimilation more. Or assimilation's more likely to get completely bricked. Yeah, this annexation's gonna take forever. Especially because we're not, like, we don't have the uber big modifier, and I don't think we have better culture than that. Oh, in fact, we have much worse culture. Yeah, it's just moving like molasses. Alright, fair. Oh, is there any other stuff that we want to research? We were just putting this off for forever. We maybe just have to take the 20 stab hit. The thing is, it's not like there's a lot we want in professional army. This is like really fundamentally not the one we want to be grabbing first anyway. Oh, I don't think we're flipping Republic for theminess. Should we flip Republic? Or Theocracy? Republic and Theocracy are just better, but I'm pretty sure we have content locked behind being Monarchy, or we should. Let's go local nobility then. Have you been using vassals for culture converting still? Absolutely. Not sure if it's worth. I think you just have to use multiple tools. So with some of our vassals, with this vassal we're not converting, with this vassal we are converting. That vassal will be more long term. Like it still produces an effect. Mr. P-Wise, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. It's just not the only thing. Has Awager Lanfrida been an issue this run? Not as far as we know. I don't even know what it is, so no, it's not. How are we? I think we don't have that long a wait on those. God, I wish we had better. Right now, this feels like. We can't get lumber price down at all. We know that we're probably going to want the laborers in the food places doing other stuff. Eventually we want to urbanize that. Oh, same with the wool. Do we have a single... We don't have a single place where we have a iron bonus either for tools. Is tools going to be the most profitable thing? No, it's paper maker. We have fiber crops right now. That's probably why. We could make tools. The tools are going to get demanded by all the lumber mills. We have an omega glut of tools? No, we don't. Okay. Why is it? telling us we have net 10. Not enough books, apparently. Okay. Hopefully this kind of gets us going a little bit. We haven't had an issue with enforced peace. Some seem to not even drop with 2x demand. Yeah, it's way more sticky, and the stickiness is like multiplicatively more sticky when you have multiple inputs. Lumber mills and bog iron? Yeah, but lumber mills and bog iron suck before you get at least one of the advances. We really want, like, actual lumber production. Wait, what? Oh my god, what are we doing? No crown characters. Wah, wah, wah. Can we tell you to cover Berlin? How much do we have? We got another 10%, so we would need to research like 3 more techs in order to hit the thing, and I just don't think we have 3 useful techs to research. I guess it did get a little bit cheaper. God, we hate it. We just don't have other options. See, like, normally I just, like, would prefer to rely on mercs in Age 1 anyways. I guess we'll just go here. We know we want the eco things and Soldiers of Fortune. I guess we have some stuff to research, at the very least. Feels incredibly satisfying if you got to be like 15 years ahead of future demand when it comes to production to collapse prices. Well, it's about setting stuff up for being like in a stable way. I think good for collapsing prices, but I don't know how doable it is. But like, I'm okay with not being able to get, this is nice for us, not being able to get full price collapses, but just partial. Like the idea that a 100% price collapse is something that just shouldn't happen. I think minus 33% is like a little bit silly to some extent. We don't have like, yeah, no one has like cores of ours or something. Shout out to the baby crying outside. He's the real one. I agree, baby. We have so much stupid aristocracy laws to change off of to stop backsliding. Yeah, just one more. We need to do some progress now that the bailiff's employed up. Really want to kind of go after these guys sometime soon, I think. Maybe Magdeburg as well. maybe we're supposed to have a coastal province. I'm like loosely aware that like the getting fleet basing rights is like a thing, but that's not been a play pattern I've utilized too often. I should probably be using it. Oh, I think this is time for the meta play. He will eventually annex that guy. Maybe not before we annex him. Maybe that's a leak. We'll see. I'm planning on giving him more territory, make him slower to annex. And West Mecklenburg's maybe smaller and easier to annex. We shall see. I think that also, that does alleviate our Diplo cap. Pop food consumption is kind of good. We would be able to use this to promote... Actually, we might be able to still. You just have to change laws quick here. Berlin, I don't even think is spreading banking. Let's contain it. Just because we want to get the laws changed. And so if we get rid of... Central Council. Yeah, let's change off of Central Council. To feudal administration. And then we can use this to push our plutocracy up a little bit. Oh, we're not going to get another change out of here. Alright. Is Aristo serfdom not what Prussia normally leans into? Plutocracy just seems better. What are we doing? Our expenses aren't too bad. Got kind of high average control. Spend a little bit on stab, because want to float at like a little bit of a higher number, I think. We'll just get their satisfaction up. Why is it not going up at all? Wait, did they make it so that legislative efficiency affects how quickly these guys ramp up the thing? That's kind of sweet. Legislative efficiency almost useful. Can we really not get an alliance with anyone? Gotta be proactive about currying favors now. We're not passing anything additional. We've managed to bring lumber down a little bit. It's not looking very good. Not looking good, Cap. How much are we getting from the push? Can we pull the cabinet member off that? We backslide a little bit if we do. Oh, we're backsliding a lot. What the hell? Oh, no, wait, no. 0.03. 0.03 I think we can tolerate. Especially because, yeah. What changed with plutocracy? And did any other value change? So we'll just go through, like, the values quickly. Fleet basing probably better. Yeah. Full price collapse does happen. Sure. So I think centralization, decentralization, no change. Traditionalist, innovative, I think no change. Spiritualist, humanist, I don't think there was a mechanical change, but since subjects are less consistent and have a massive assimilation malice, it's possible that going humanist makes sense for being able to make sure that you get cores. It's unclear to me which one's better now. Aristocracy, I think changed a little bit because expected cost to court changed. But that just has to do with how that changed. Also, you get nobles growth. But that's kind of, I don't know how useful that is. Here, again, you have expected cost to court changed, but now you get burger promotions. But not a lot. You get effectively, in terms of economic stimulus, 1/10 the promotions. But a big thing that was trade... So, but you will effectively get 1/10 of the promotions, right? And there are other reasons why plutocracy is good. Selling efficiency is also good, because generally I think you net export. But you also have trade building levels plus 50%. Now, trade seems weak until you build up maritime presence, though, is another thing, because you don't actually get to push trade that far. So there's like some mixed stuff going on here. Okay. But I do think plutocracy is probably better than aristocracy again, but also still testing. Promotions were changed. And fortification maintenance was added onto serfdom, which I already felt was better. And I don't think that there was effectively any compensation, but promotions are a little bit more important. I think serfdom's still better. I think conciliatory is probably still better. I haven't really thought this through. I haven't even checked to see if there's any differences. Quantity is just going to be better unless they nerfed the frontage. Frontage is just a hard modifier to achieve, and it's very strong. I suppose the discount modifier was better, but it's still fine. Fortification maintenance, easier to stack now. I think you can get minus 60% or minus 70% on vanilla, like without going theocracy. You can get minus... I think you can get minus... I think it's capped at... Or I think you can get like minus 100% if you go theocracy. But that makes defensive a lot better than it was. Naval is not as good because the efficiency modifier is less punishing than the cost modifier. And so the cost of going land is not as high because trade land efficiency, trade sea efficiency is not as punishing. Despite that, I still think naval's just like unambiguously like way better. I still like capital economy, but think that there's probably some sort of phasic nature where like traditional economy is good both early and hyper late game. Because you start to get a lot more of various modifiers, and you stop caring as much about building cost. But okay. And then I still think you like communalism and you kind of hate individualism, but pop migration speed is probably better with megalopolises though than it was before. Didn't we get a boop? We don't have a notification. It's just Mr. P-Wise. Legislative efficiency used to reduce AE, now it doesn't. It used to be good. What's good with the favors? I haven't bothered with them at all yet. Well, it's harder to culture convert people, so you want to accept people. If you're accepting people, then you are going to be wanting to use this interaction. This costs favors. So currying favors gives you plus 10. If you've already accumulated some, you can finish it off by sending people gifts. So we could gift Denmark. We'll show it, I guess. We can gift Denmark here. Enough to gain us 9 favors, yeah? Now we have 50 favors with Denmark. And what we'll do is we'll ask to improve cultural opinion. We do need a diplomat in order to ask. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. I feel trolled by chat, to be honest. Oh no, wait, it didn't change anything. Okay, never mind. I still feel wildly trolled by chat. I feel like chat led me astray. Yeah, I mean, this was always like, if you were playing like hyper min maxi, this has always been good. But this is an old like pre-release. This is how we got cores in terms of the metagame before we realized that you just do OPM subjects all over the place. And you just send them money, and then you do this, and then okay, now it's easier for us to accept Danish. And you actually play the minigame with your diplo cap or your culture cap. So now, for us to accept Danish is going to be a lot cheaper because they like us. But also, now that we've reset back to 0, we're probably going to curry favors again. So curry favors gets you, it makes it only take like 40 years instead of 50, and etc. I'm going to make a video on this. What do you think about the dev age of discovery rights reform, tailored urban rights? I haven't seen this. Actually, maybe you need to check this. So there was another new one too. That was just generically available. The plutocratic tailored urban rights. Old. Royal Commission's new but trash, or old and don't recognize it because it's trash. Oh, progress to land is bad though. Oh, that's so good though. Oh, that's so good. You just have to go naval first though. Wow, slots are just more under pressure. No, that's probably must slot. Yeah, no, that's insane. It's super overtuned. It doesn't force you to go land, though. It should force you to go land, or it should require land. This is also quite strong. Or maybe it requires 50 land? If it requires 50 land, then that's interesting. Yeah, the naval governors just, it's probably too big a deal. I didn't know these well enough to begin with to honestly, like, be able to tell which ones are new just by looking at them. Like, the good ones I'll recognize, but the trash ones I won't. I've still not gotten to the final age, so... Just the runs feel super dead before you ever get close. It would just be like a learning exercise that requires a lot of time to do. No. You can't go naval because it's locked with 50 land? Yeah. Interesting. Do you know what's happening with battles right now? That is a reason to not go naval, I guess. I'm crushing stack-wising every battlefield levy versus levy. What changes the formula? It seems just hyper swingy. I think it might be cavalry is just more dominant than before. Cavalry was already best. I don't know. Small sample size, and I haven't like looked at all the numbers and stuff. But what I'm noticing is that the cav seems good. The monthly dev in Urban is the great one? Yeah, I mean, that's real good. I mean, dev is like just one of the strongest modifiers in the game. It just well, it's kind of one of the strongest modifiers. It takes a while for dev to cook, so like, it might actually not be as theoretically like strong as it like seems, and the reason why is that like snowballing is important in these types of games in like an abstract sense. Just the AI is completely feckless and you snowball anyways, but like if you couldn't win wars without certain modifiers, then like dev doesn't help. Dev is kind of to some extent like a win more-ish modifier, right? If that makes sense. Because if you could already expand or whatever, you're gonna become If you can consistently expand, you're going to become the strongest person anyways. And dev doesn't help you do that. But to the extent that you like can make runs look really, really impressive, dev is like one of the most important modifiers. You'll feel dev a lot later, yes. Like, and like, you'll be like, wow, this run is molasses, or wow, I'm just like buzzsawing everyone. Like, it makes a big difference, the dev. God. Teutonic Order adding everything. No! We are weaker than them, that's true. How much further are we behind than Upper Palatinate? We would be ahead if we were a duchy. What do we need? We need prestige, and that's it. Okay. Then we could be the captain now. I think we're gonna urbanize this. We could try and get the price collapse and we just can't get it. That was a cumulative advantage over the long term. Yeah. Bro, just let the Overlord become war leader in vassal revolts and stuff. Something like this. Surely Corin cannot stay like this. Accepting culture by improving cultural opinion feels so gimmicky. Why? Wait, what? I don't think that feels gimmicky at all. I think that makes sense. You just throwing money at them to finish it off is weird. Like, the vassal metagame was probably weirder. Like, they have a system for, like, cultural acceptance and, like, improving this and, like, this type of thing. And, like, the system right now is just, like, was completely invalidated by the subject meta. Like, what, we just want to invalidate it again? I don't know. I think I think I like the world where that, like, feels relevant. Build our library. I think we're gonna finish annexing them before they annex their subject, to be honest. Receiving guarantee cucks the shit out of us. God damn it. Let's actually make a little bit of an audible here. Let's go for that first. And then go for armories. I mean, I kind of want to go for a heavy cab, but I kind of just want to wait till next stage and just use marks if we need to fight a tough war. Maybe we have to go heavy cav. I think we don't even have control of the market, so now we have control of the market, so we should actually get a lot more profit from trades. Or we should, yeah. We also want to dissolve the Hanseatic League at some point, yeah. You should be able to interact directly with culture, like allowing local laws there, trade control for cultural acceptance. Cores should be less about having dominant culture too. That might be true. That might be fair. But I don't like a system where, like, I don't like it if, like, one system's just completely invalid. Regiments are so expensive now, they are. Do we have a consensus as to whether or not it's... You 100% go Hellenism. Hellenism has the best military bonus in the entire game. Have you seen the urban mining rights? Yeah. Maybe I'm being pissy, but expansion feels so cumbersome. I don't even get dopamine out of it. And for you, that was the main goal of EU4. Why does it feel cumbersome? I'm not disagreeing with you. But, like, I mean, like, I think it feels way more cumbersome than Vic 3 because you're moving around armies on a map. And that's always going to feel like a little bit more of a vibe. Integration takes the piss. Uh-oh. Okay. It's fair enough. Well, let's build bridges. Yeah. We're just gonna get fucking annexed? Oh no. It, like, doesn't matter what we vote for, I don't think. They just have more votes. Favors are also useful for pulling people into war. Of course, they can pull you into a war after you generate favors on them, so there's that. You can just, like, not help them. God, I wish we had crown characters. I don't think he can enforce the thing on us again, so we might change one of these up. Maybe we go land and try that out, actually. God, trade income's just actually... We would be just getting it for the Pluto push. Copy Ninja 100, thank you for the follow. Use up by country rank, so more GP score. Yeah, we need more prestige. Don't really have a good way to generate it though. We don't have the prestige slider, nor will we be getting it anytime soon. Oh wait, hold up. Getting some spread. Renaissance is spreading in. God, my kingdom for a prestige slider? What is this world coming to? This is not the timeline I want to be living in. Just have to wait for that to promote out a little bit. Hey, Stillbart Industries, how's it going? You have to conquer, integrate, assimilate, convert, improve cultural opinion, build roads, etc. I appreciate the variety, but I wish some of the mechanics were a bit more optional, like in EU4. Well, you could set from the build perspective, you could set it to auto build. There is going to be some level of automation, but yeah, it's like a lot of clicking to make everything cores. Relative to EU4. I'll agree with that. I don't know. It's like a design decision whether or not you just want the game to be like all about war and conquering stuff. I think they should make like, or if you want it to be like more of a like broad simulation. How valuable is the German coast? Could justify just going land? So the issue comes in with trade, where overland trade really sucks balls. And one of the issues is not as big an issue anymore. Was this used to just cut in half your ability to trade? Now it cuts by 25%. But the second issue is that this gives you 2 additional governors. And 2 governors is a big deal. If you are the player and you're not playing multiplayer. If you're playing multiplayer, you might not even be able to make use of that many governors because there are other players to worry about. But if you're the player and you're going to expand quite a bit, like the extra governors is a really big deal. And I think just generally pushing proximity via naval is a lot better. Like if you have like something on the northern coast, you're gonna get a lot more proximity push than if you just put something like right in the heart of Saxony or whatever, right? So yeah, I don't think you're backseating, but that was more of a question. But like it's much closer than it used to be. Yeah, this guy's gonna have a little bit of a time annexing us. Bridge doesn't go anywhere yet, but although I guess whoops. What makes something backseating versus not backseating? Oh, it wasn't a question. Still doesn't feel like backseating though. What's your opinion on the regular cost in gold and manpower increase? I think the unit sizes are a little bit better. It increased because they made the units bigger, which made them like more on par with levies. It still feels like they chew through levies really nice. It's better to have market center on the coast. Generally with like a lot of asterisks. Like Berlin, having it slightly inland is pretty good. Berlin is like a fine enough spot for a market capital. In theory, you would actually want it on slightly rough terrain, because you don't have to pay for going through it. So it being in Brandenburg actually might be ideal. Being off the coast, well, it's a little bit more off the coast than we'd like, but being off the coast slightly is fine, considering how much stuff you have to pull stuff in. But what you really don't want is landlocked markets. Like this Nuremberg market is like... is rough. But it's difficult to... You might just say it's worth it to just not have any market access in there, which I don't think is the case. I have an entire video on this, on markets. Where are your PC specs? The game runs so much slower on this patch compared to before, while your tick speed is insane. I can't remember. I can like say how much I spent for it like not too long ago. Like I built it in the fall and I spent like 1,500 on it or something like this. I have like some 16 gigabyte graphics card, like something Ti, and then like 40 something Ti, and then I had I think I have a 7800 X3D processor, so like the one step down from like the creme de la creme of the processor. But from what I understand, like part of the issue is actually like not just hardware, how good the hardware is, exactly just like weird incompatibility hardware wise. Also, DirectX versus the other one, I forget what it's called. They use the other one. So if you use DirectX, you're using the one that they don't like playtest on as much. So you're more likely to run into issues. Damn holy PC specs. The RAM was not that expensive for me. I bought it like right before the RAM went up in price. I think the RAM was like 150 or 200 or something. Vulcan, that's the one. 1,500 for all that. I didn't need to buy a power supply. I did buy a motherboard though. Do you use a lot of regular troops? I haven't really gotten that deep in a run on this patch. I think regulars are a little bit better. I think mercs are still really solid though. But maybe not mono merc. The thing is, going mercs right now, I kind of don't want to research the cavalrymen, because what this does is it makes it so that burghers leave. Like, you lose pops when you do this. And they fill up a pool that's available for mercs. And that just doesn't happen if you don't research it. And mercs are like... Mercs like have been cheap enough. I don't know if they're cheap enough now. And we didn't go admin focus. Because we didn't go admin focus, we're probably going to build more regulars, but also the merc modifiers are not discount modifiers anymore. And so you can't just stack like minus 70%. So yeah, probably lean towards having a lot more, or a decent contingent of regulars, and then like for any type of war that's remotely close, you just like lean really heavily on mercs. There's also a memory leak. Usually try to restart every 1 to 2 hours. Yes. I have 2 gigabytes of VRAM and the game needs 10. You guys have privilege. I mean, like, compared to other people who, like, are trying to... I need to run, like, multiple things to, like, stream and make videos, but, like, I have, like, a very solid computer, but not, like, top of the line. We could use this to push back up. Honestly, we might go after, like, Rupin here. Especially if we can, like, lightning win the war. Yeah. Because we also have extra Diplo rep right now. That's so we don't forget, because we will. Sacre bleu. I bite my thumb at you, sir. What? They added an ally and somehow it still costs 10? Whatever. Yeah, we probably were supposed to check. Oh my god. Oh, that's just more expensive. Oh, sucks that they have forts. Wow, we have way more levies than before. Download more RAM. 2 gigabytes VRAM is unfortunate. Lightning more like Blitz. Is it really that fast? 1 ducat to preserve. Normally you'd like hard don't need. I should have checked. I don't know if we have. Why is it so much towards aristocracy, brother? Yeah, I'm stupid. I should have just checked. Or just careless. We're not gonna get to 50, so we shouldn't have given them a seat. That's why. Especially because it's actually, we only have 3 urban locations. It's actually a really decent chunk of clout. also could have finished that while we had the additional Diplo rep, but we didn't. I want to try and get as many humiliations off as possible. And that's actually probably none. I think we're just going to integrate this. This stuff's the right culture for us. That's not. I don't know what you do with that. Maybe hand it over to this guy. Has he integrated everything? He has. That is his province. It's such a big province though. This guy's never gonna annex this guy. I think if we flip all that over, so let's do this. Actually, are we in okay shape here? Yeah, looks like it. Okay. Yeah. And that's already our culture, so we don't have to culture convert it. So it's also right next to our capital, so it's very sensible. No legitimacy though. No legitimacy for Giuseppe. You're not trying to flip a republic, right? No, I think we're just gonna stay monarchy. I think we have content that's tied to being a monarchy as Prussia, would be my guess. I haven't checked it that close. I mean, right now, we probably should just flip theocracies so we avoid getting annexed, but somehow we have to get 25 prestige. Should maybe have a fort in the capital and not in either of these two other places. You have decreased maintenance cost with it in the capital. We built, yeah. This place is gonna have a clay. So I think what we're gonna do is we're just gonna shift click the masons. And additional available promotions seems to have a pretty strong effect on adding more promotions. So like overbuilding's not awful. I wish there was some context on this event. Like which one has more tax base or this type of thing. No, our air died. Whatever will we do? I think you cannot flip because you're an elector. Even better. We're forced to stay. That also makes sense. This helps to give us prestige. Holy. This guy keeps adding stuff. Does he keep conquering stuff? The big boy. They start annex, can you stop it because there's, if you become senior? I'm not sure. I don't think I've been the victim of annexation attempt via the mechanism. They might just not do it. I don't really know. Inviting settlers, maybe not incoherent. We have a really low pop. It gives you like a flat amount of pops, but... I don't think that's worth 10 favors or whatever. For 240 pops. It's... I haven't used that event in forever. It's like marginally good if you're like playing Iceland or something. You like have to be playing somewhere in the middle of nowhere. Like where it's like, wow, 240, that's a lot. Played a few hours, and I honestly think the game's become marginally less fun. Maybe it's Muscovy's in bad place with the current patch. Why does it feel less fun? Do you know? Can you put your finger on it? Just get favors with everyone. We removed joint ruling. Okay, cool. Keep Berlin. Can't change his culture. Got it. I don't think we ever finished, yeah. Sucks that we can't culture convert him. Wish more of these unlocked with like ages, later ages. We haven't even gotten our push towards. We were planning on pushing humanist, and we didn't even get to do it yet. I think we just want the extra maximum diplomats here, though. This is like kind of being obnoxious for us. This will actually let us spend less on diplo as well, because before we'd not even get like a full diplomat. Wow. Almost want to do that. We could use another cabinet action here. What's the institutions looking like? They're kind of coming along. Just add one. Just gives us kind of the option to build a little bit more stuff. I'm shocked we can't get any allies. I don't have any fingers. I don't have enough fingers, sorry, to point at all the issues, unfortunately. Womp womp. Played a few hours today, and I honestly think the game's marginally less fun. Oh wait, we already read that one. I think most people are upset with this update because it prevents fast conquests. Less wars, so you can steamroll equals less fun. Well, because you can't spam a bunch of OPMs and culture convert everything and get everything cored really quick. I mean, I'm completely of like the opposite opinion. I want like more stuff to do that's like more managerial and like less. If you have like a pie and that pie is like all the attention you spend in game, I would want less of it to be spent like on conquest specifically. And I think that this is like a place where I diverge with like a lot of the EU4 crowd. I think that the EU4 crowd kind of just wants that stuff. I feel like there's a point in the game where literally no threats at all, and the game becomes less fun because I'm just stronger than everybody, and AI doesn't help with that. That's fair enough. I think that that comes really early. Like, I think we're not like approaching it yet, but like we've acquired quite a bit of power in a short period, and like the AI doesn't acquire power, but everyone was. But here's the problem: like everyone was super. Do you remember aggro winter? I was kind of okay with aggro winter. You could set the AI aggression higher, but when Bohemia and France just conquered everybody, that patch was the patch in which the AI was stronger relative to you for the longest period of time. And people were mad about that patch because they're like, oh, it's not historic. And it's like, okay, well, you can either have the AI play like competently to build up their power by actually expanding, or you can have stuff that like resembles a historic thing, or you could slow down the player. One of those three things needs to happen, like for you to have a balanced exchange with the AI. Right? The player either needs to be slower, the AI needs to be faster, or you know what I mean? And the AI being faster involves them picking up stuff. Like they have to get territory. Let's go cannons. The fact that we're pushing innovative is going to make the acceptance of the next thing a lot cheaper. I think we're going to pay for a little bit more stab here. Because we still have to embrace two institutions. And I think we want to not feel bad about embracing them. I think the 10-year cooldown on change religion and culture feels way too artificial. It does feel like an artificial approach to slow the player down. Like, the mechanics should maybe be different. Slowing everything down when the game runs slow, and then they screwed with the eco. How'd they screw with the eco this patch? Like, they made trades worse? I think it's mainly the Faustian bargain between expanding quickly to maintain tempo while managing expenses. I do agree with you, though. I just think there should be a buff to being at peace. Yeah, currently, like, this is also one of my gripes with, like, Victoria 3 as well. Like, I hate that, like, if I don't constantly expand in these games, I'm trolling. You know? think that's like kind of lame. But like that's just the way the games are balanced. Like if you're not like perma expanding, you're a troll. Like I mean, you're just like, or not like trolls, maybe like the wrong way of wording it. You're just like playing RP if you're not like perma expanding. You know what I mean? Which like there's nothing wrong with playing RP, but if what you care about is like trying to play correct or trying to like theoretically accurate play and like this type of thing, it involves just perma expanding. We maybe start setting up auto expands. Let's just build one gunsmith there. We're not gonna have a bonus, but I think it'll pay for itself, and then we'll just delete it eventually. It's gonna be a nice integration for us. Just core right away. Hell yeah. Alright. Let's get that last little bit. Right there. I think this guy accepted this other culture, which is annoying. Ooh, this guy's not gonna culture convert that shit. That sucks. He's culture converting this. Oh, maybe he will. Oh wait, that's not even our guy. Yeah, he's not culture converting this either. This guy is useless. Maybe we start annexing him too. What are percentage modifiers on this guy look like? I think we have bad ones. Yeah, we just need more culture. So we kind of need libraries. Or we need universities, even. Yeah, bro, like, we're not supposed to be able to fight all of Europe in the 1500s. I can't bother playing after 1700 because I have infinite money and manpower. I agree with that. We could have aggro winter with game settings and variants and random attitudes per ruler settings. Yes, people can set it to be aggro, but people want the vanilla experience to be what they want. That's like another thing. It's like, also, if you feel like you're outpacing the AI too much, set the aggro up. It doesn't change, like, you could turn up the aggro without turning up the difficulty, and then the AI will actually expand. I'll say the patch where we had Giga Aggressive France and Bohemia was my favorite. I mean... can just do that. But I want to... the vanilla experience is like what I make content for, so I kind of liked it too. Apparently the aggression or aggro on this setting is higher though, like than aggro winter even. How about for a game change? Most of the time you get stronger than others because you have the target I need to have more X troops to win against a guy in a war. How about make it see if you can have the AI. Make it so you can't see anything about the AI unless you have diplomats to unveil everything. I'm okay in theory about like fog of war mechanics, but fog of war mechanics, like if they aren't like the centerpiece of what you're doing, are often just frustrating more so than anything. I mean, it changes the nature of the game a lot. Either the game needs to be about information for like those mechanics to feel nice. Yeah. I see a Parkour YouTube short and the guy running genuinely looks exactly like you. Like my size, what the fuck? That's crazy. For one, reducing the burgers and not doubling their consumption, but how pop consumption gotta change. I think that is intentional, that they wanted to slow down the economy. It slows down the economy like a lot. But also they added burgers onto plutocracy. Why this live guy has only 5 likes? Because there hasn't been enough live cars until now. Big true. In Vicky 3, there are ways to spend infamy without expanding, like opening markets and stuff. It just needs to be buffed like 20x to be worthwhile. I mean, like, from a theoretical perspective, you're correct, but practically speaking, if you, like, if you're trying to, like, play, like, something that's, like, supposed to be, like, correct or something like this, you, like, you know what I mean? Like, you can do other stuff, but it's just not good. Could just wait for... Is Venice expanding? How's Biz doing? Is Biz, like, popping off in your guys' games? Like, as the AI, if you're not playing Biz? Also increasing the difficulty with aggro buffs. Without aggro, just buffs the AI economically. I don't get all the dooming. Wonder when they'll fix locations running out of peasants. Places don't run out of peasants very easily. Takes a while. Do you get after you say the word like a lot? It's like a filler word. And part of what I'm trying to do to be more entertaining is to be constantly talking. And talking constantly and trying to avoid say like and trying to play the game all simultaneously, it gets to be kind of a lot to focus on. If you've ever seen me do math on stream, you can... Or you just think I suck at math, because I'm actually not... I'm good at math, okay? I'm good at math, but if you are trying to juggle multiple things simultaneously, it makes you suck way harder at these things. Maybe we enforce culture on this guy, because he's not doing what we want. Exactly. Yeah, let's do it. Because he's not converting stuff to the culture we want to accept anyways, so we might as well just force him to be our culture. And then maybe he will try and convert. Because he's not converting these to his culture. But now maybe he converts the Markish. Because I think we dislike Markish, right? We haven't yet. We might, though. Because we control how they feel about stuff. We just have to... we have to embrace, like, the first institution possible, because we're just, like, getting to the point where we're researching stuff we don't even want. We could go to the correct sector. I mean, eventually we'll want slave center. I think also we're not getting away from the cannons, so let's just do that. Yes, they were when I played. Biz is OP. Yeah, but they died to Bull and Burb. Bull and Burb. Biz sometimes pops off, sometimes not. Tends to survive a lot longer though. Yeah. I think it's a little overtuned. Sure, buddy, we're all good at math. I swear to God, I'm good at math. If you're trying to talk constantly and play a game and, like, monitor chat and, like, do all these things simultaneously and then you try and do math, everything falls apart. And suddenly you can't do math anymore. Biz is doing well as the AI, they're not dying very much. Locations do run out quickly. Laborers and soldiers not considered peasants for pop growth. Wait, what? Yeah, but they are born into being soldiers. Oh, I see what you're saying. Shouldn't they demote, though? If... Can you be born? Yeah. Okay, so here's what the other pops will demote if you don't have enough capacity for them, even after they're born. So effectively, everyone gets born into peasants if you're already capped. I don't think action should be one diplomat. No, the one diplomat thing is kind of like arcadey. It doesn't it's not a very good simulation. I agree. Some people get shy when people are watching them do math. That's exactly it. We're so close to getting that last place chord. So close. And we can start dabbing in Mittelmark again. I think we leave the other thing on the table until we... Actually, we should have taken Rupin for ourselves. That was silly of me. I think we could just take it from him, though. I mean, that's upsetting. I don't know. It's maybe not how we should approach it. We'll integrate that, and then we'll just conquer this and use our cab actions for that. Imagine being born. I'd hate to. And then they instantly give you a gun. Wait, what? Oh, as a soldier? Yeah. How's the performance for everyone? I have 9850 X3D and 5080, and there's still shit 20 FPS stutters. Are they fixing it? Apparently it's like polarized for different hardware. That makes sense. I think this one gives the... Is this the tax efficiency one? Yeah, so let's try and actually get this one through. Sucks we get double call to freedom. I think we'll just let it pass. We don't have much in the way of CB generation. Maybe we could have played differently to have better CB generation. I don't know. God, this is so obnoxious. Holy shit. Just actively super unfun. Where's our cabinet? Oh my god, being a personal union junior member sucks such hard balls. Holy. I mean, I guess we're just not gonna bother changing any of these because we can't do anything about it. Because they'll just they'll re-up on changing all of our laws. How far are we from this? We just need the prestige to become a duke. And we don't have enough, like, great power score generation from anything else to, like, make a difference. This sucks. Do you have an issue with market automation setting itself to 0? No. What do you think of the idea that EU5 is slowly moving towards some kind of VIC-2 HPM successor? I don't know VIC-2 well enough. Also, I don't know what HPM is. I'm also starting to like the idea of buying HOE4's integration, borrowing HOE4's integration system. I also don't know how HOE4 does integration. So that's a twofer. Break the union then? Can't you see seniority? You automatically get seniority when you have more great power score. We don't have more great power score because we're mainly because we don't have plus 30 or whatever from here, let's go. From being a duke. Or duchy country rank. They have 55 score. We have 36. Actually, we need an institution and being a duke. If we had an institution and being a duke, we would have it. The stuff for like population scaled by control and tax base is like almost identical, but we have a slight lead on population. But like it's just 1 point. So like, but in order to hit that, we need to hit a high enough legitimacy or prestige, and we can't maintain prestige because someone's guaranteeing us, basically. I guess we could insult the people who are guaranteeing us, or something like this. But when we get Renaissance, it should be a little bit better. When we get Renaissance, we will be able to generate prestige with the slider. We currently don't have the slider. You have a big ass army, you get more great power points. I mean, we have money, but we can't afford to build a massive army. We don't have heathens or heretics. I guess we're not changing to the one law that makes this stuff cheaper anytime soon, so let's just go with that. Yeah, we're real close to Renaissance. Okay, so when we finish the next tech, we'll get Renaissance and we'll just beeline getting the Diplo slider or getting the Prestige slider. Is there any reason not to upgrade to Kingdom by forming one when the option is present? I don't think anymore. I think the one thing is that it can be worth it to stay a county because you can. Oh, maybe there is reason. Staying county gives you cheaper war score, but I think it's stupid that it does. I mean, my opinion has been that. There have been instances where there's an advantage to maintaining lower rank. I think it should. I think the game should force you to rank up, either way, and that it's silly when it's like that. So I just always rank up, and I don't really think about it too hard. We'll finish the tech we're working on. God, we get it. You love the HRE. Another thing that we maybe want. God, we're decaying towards free subjects too. Fuck, dude. It's so painful. I mean, it's just you're usually not the junior member of like a personal union. So usually you don't have to deal with this. I like don't even know what to make of it in terms of how we should feel about it. Wait, why are we backsliding that hard? Oh, maybe we did need to change the law. God damn it. Okay. I mean, I think it's just gonna get slopped down at this point. Let's just go innovative. We can't stop that shit. I see what you're saying about the promotion demotion of pops. Something seems fundamentally changed where I ran out of peasants mid 1600s in a lot of locations. Well, there's way more potential soldier promotions in the soldier buildings than there has been previously. Didn't you say you were playing, like, someone who has relatively low pop? That could also be it. Alright. Let's embrace Renaissance, man. Let's embrace Renaissance and go for Patron of the Arts. I don't think I've ever gone Patron of the Arts before the other side on this before, but we just, like, I can't even. What's the fastest way to make complacency decay? Getting a massive coalition on you and paying for your slider, your dip slider. That might not be the satisfying answer, but that's how. Is it core? It is core. How long is this? Yeah, the culture stuff's like a huge issue for us right here. Net, we have minus 50% basically, and so we could like more than triple it if we just like had a way stronger culture. It's kind of okay, but it's kind of not. That's gonna be like the most significant thing we can do. Let's get universities and build them. We can continue to urbanize and build whatchamacallums, libraries, but first game we played in Portugal ran out of peasants because they all went to Brazil. They said come to Brazil. We're currently pushing innovative. Actually, have they embraced 65? Yeah, they've embraced the next institution. Alright, let's give a granary town here. How much pop growth are we getting? Oh my god, what was the hotkey we had for pop? Was it this? Yeah, okay. How much pop growth we got here? Large food storage in province. Starting to do some work. A fat stockpile. Like, over here the pop growth's like 50% or 0.5, and here it's 0.69. Is the extra food. Which is a pretty big difference. What's the point of cultural influence? Does it make assimilation faster? Yes. The thing is, you hit the ceiling pretty quick, so it's like kind of a somewhat limited mechanic, or it feels somewhat limited, but... I wish the sequencing was a little bit different, because we get the 15 legitimacy after, or before we get all the negative legitimacy events. Thank you for the flag, field bag. Maybe instead of complacency, just being money, just being a money antagonism tax, they could lower the penalty and buff the countries that rival you when you have, depending on the complacency. Maybe. I don't have, like... Complacency feels generally kind of pretty avoidable. I don't know. You just have to... I hate that it makes it so you have to attack people is, like, maybe the biggest thing. Because, like, just spinning up a huge coalition gets rid of it. So, it's, like, pretty avoidable for you as a player. This is like also just kind of why I don't like playing in the HRE. It like honestly like feels like a lot of waiting around generally. We're doing that because he has a culture we can improve the opinion of, but I don't know if that'll be useful. We're just trying to make use of our diplomats. We got the bros in chat. Tom's kind of okay. Let's put this guy in. As a peasant, he doesn't slow things down. I guess Parliament we maybe want to go for more CBs. I want to go after this guy. So Regicidal, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. We don't have any like subjects with claims. It's maybe the leak here. Oh, it looks like this guy's made an adjustment of some site. He's converting people to Brandenburgian, is he? Yes. Cool. That's exactly what we wanted him to do. Brandenburgish. Because he wouldn't convert him to Western Pomeranian, which we're planning on accepting anyways, but we don't want to accept the other group. Mill skill reduces the chance of accidents in all incidents. Oh, interesting. How long have we been going? I might have to use the restroom in a second. Alright, it's time, chat. It's time to break free. What the hell? Ah! Who's guaranteeing us? We need to send some insults. Denmark and Austria. Screw you, dude. Eat shit. You thought you'd guarantee us? That didn't work. I kind of don't want to tell Austria to kick rocks, though. That sucks. That's so asinine. We might need to float multiple wars simultaneously. I mean, we decay slower. We need to get 25 prestige somehow. We get 5 prestige from humiliating, so if we can humiliate 5 people at once, you can just cancel the guarantee under hostile actions, can you? Oh my god. That works too. I feel it could fix the AI feeling weak when you snowball. What could? You also get 20 prestige from succeeding a coup attempt. So you can just go to legitimacy and cross your fingers. Bruh. I think we'll just end both of these guarantees instead. Unfortunately, he's gonna get one of these, but I don't think it matters because it's gonna have like 5 soldiers in it. Doesn't do anything for us right now. Yeah, we don't have anything to spend legitimacy on. Unfortunate. This guy's... What? Oh, this is what people were talking about in the HRE? That's kind of lame. Pretty lame. Not gonna lie, chat. I feel like I'm not having the time this run. We're not having the time. I mean, I think it's probably fine though, mechanically. Like, that makes sense. Oh, we should have invested some farming stuff too. Yeah, it's unfortunate. What gave us the stab hit? It was just succession stuff. We've had multiple successions in a row here. Alright, but okay, we'll get up to 12, I guess. In my video game, you get peace enforced, was tabbed away. Yeah, you got peace enforced. And Teutons doesn't accept. Teutons is in the HRE too. They're rooting Teuton in the HRE, so that's we would have to go after Poland. What ended the war? HRE interaction. The Emperor said, no, stop that. And so we said, yeah. Emperor enforces peace. It's probably good that the mechanic's there. It's just frustrating for us right now because we're stuck in a personal union and we can't get out. And one of the ways that we can generate legitimacy is by humiliating people. So... Can you show up the cultural map mode? Want to see how Brandenburg culture is looking? Looking pretty good. We have some of our subject converting people to Brandenburgish. And they're doing kind of an okay job here. Is there anything you could do to prevent it other than being the Emperor? I don't think so. I don't know if there's a cooldown on it, though. It might be that you can just declare 2 wars. Kind of lame, though. But like, from a simulation perspective, it does keep the HRE from just having a bunch of blobs, big blobs. Could die to noble rebels to brick the Union. I think eventually we'll get 25 prestige. Especially if we pay for artists and we actually generate art and we play the minigame. This is forcing us to do things we've not done before, really. Too much. Maybe we'll get an art school, even. Yeah, I think we just want that. Oh, it's just pain. So it's very difficult for us to get big enough to do stuff now. I feel like this guy's gonna pull this out from under us, but we can try and do plutocratic ethos. And stop our backslide. Our backslide's sliding back out of the way. God damn it. Can you offer to become their fiefdom? That's a thought. No. Close though. Maybe we can make that work. Maybe the AI Emperor spams the land fight, by the way. Don't think the cooldown works. Oh, so it's just bugged? What is the end game? What is the purpose of the game? It's kind of just sandboxy, whatever you want it to be. You just set goals and then you try and execute them. There's no like victory condition. Or technically there's a score. Nobody cares, nobody that I know, like, is like, bro, what's the score? Trying to run it up. Could maybe construct strategies around this, leading you to, like, kind of go after some suboptimal things. But yeah, there is a score in theory. I don't think we're doing too hot. We're 1200th place. Oh wait, sorry. 1300th. Molcar, thank you for the follow, much appreciated, my guy. God, this has just been so painful though. I mean, it's just like a little bit of waiting action. Yeah, it's kind of just waiting for tech. Cannon maker really unprofitable? You don't say. Let them eat cannons. Right. Oh no, wait. That's in a different province. Might be time to turn on the auto expand mod. Only Johan cares about score, not joking. I don't even think Johan cares about score. I think I've ever looked at scoreboard, yeah. I played Korea, was #1 for a while, all the hegemonies, but I kind of semi-followed your guide. That'll do it. So setting like challenges, yeah. So he has a score of 0. Wow, he must suck at the game. Big true. Brandenburg's just a pain in the ass to play. Yeah. Who voted for this shit? If you were here yesterday and you voted for Brandenburg, I'm shaking my finger at you. Trying to get the ball rolling, but it's cube. Yeah, I mean, like, we maybe should turn on auto expand here, though. We're just gonna do. Oh, the auto expand mod's like borked right now. Connor like fixed it like the day of release, and then they patched something which borked it. You hate to see it. Thank God. We have prestige generation. We have to maintain the army because it gives us prestige. Why are you guys doing this to me? Yeah, doing this to him, rather. He's miserable. Score is problems EU4 vestige. Yeah, it's a vestige of EU4, but even in EU4, like, what's the point? I voted in spirit through the VOD. Not like this. He just updated 50 minutes ago. Maybe it works. Maybe we should check it out. I couldn't figure out the objective, like, let's conquer Japan. Yeah, it's like whatever you want it to be. Like, if you start as Korea, you're probably gonna have a short campaign. You know what I mean? Korea's really overtuned. And powerful. What are we supposed to do this with? We don't want to assimilate here yet. I guess strengthen government, maybe? We could dev 2 provinces. Yes, yes. Let the dev flow through you. It's not that many locations in that province, though. Nor any, like, primos. It is close to our capital. It's maybe not awful. This generates more income effectively for us, but... if only there was a cabinet action which gave us prestige, that'd be great. Our culture's coming up a little bit. We have university next. Yeah. That's gonna give us the good stuff in terms of cultural influence. Probably just gonna build those everywhere. That's gonna cost us like basically all of our bank too. As a veteran Total War player, I feel dominating the world is the right thing to do, but I feel like there should be goal, conquer X locations, dominate culture, X amount of time, etc. Stat and dev looking solid. Is it? How did it get so high? Classic, like, tons of OPMs just lets the HRE just, like, dev up super high. I feel like, Parliament shouldn't give dev. But it gives us prestige, chat. It doesn't lose this prestige, chat. We care about one thing. We're going absolutely feral for prestige. We have a fever, and the only remedy is prestige. God, I'm old. No one's gonna get that reference. They had advisors just dabbing the whole time. I mean, they weren't converting for a while. Now they are. We're using Dev Province even. course, we've split where we have our parliament. I don't think we're going to get a fat price collapse here, so let's go here. Let's go Brandenburg. Let's go here. Oh, let's just build them everywhere. I'm gonna need more books. And gonna need more paper. Mas papel, por favor. Mucho gusto. That's intentionally wider than it, like, needed to be. By the way, you would never say please to meet you. After... Yep. Never mind. Uni acquired, let's go. Why are you pushing cultural influence? Because cultural influence matters up to, like, threshold points. Right now, we're getting, well, now it was minus 50% in total, but the combination of decentralization and cultural influence, right, is slowing down our integration. If we flip this around, we'll, like, triple the speed of our integration. So we'll be able to annex this guy way faster. And then we'll be able to roll the events where we get claims on people next to us. And we'll also have an easier time passing up this guy in the personal union race. And so culture is, like, there's a very narrow band where it, like, matters a lot. And that is if your cultural influence doesn't overcome other people's in instances where you care about it, annexing being one of them. Have you built the Royal Garden? Yeah, I have. We're also lack of threatening rivals. Womp womp. The thing is, it's going to equilibrium us up to. It's not going to equilibrium us to 25. It's going to equilibrium us just shy of it. Can you conquer the whole HRE, or are you getting coalitioned against? Well, our issue right now is that we're getting peace enforced on us by Austria, the Emperor. We need to become Emperor. We need to overcome this personal union first, though. We're in, like, a waiting amount of pain, but the universities will help out a lot. And once we get the universities, it's not over, because it will take a while for the cultural influence to ramp up, because it doesn't instantly increase. It's a ramping thing. But this is going to massively increase our influence. I don't even know what we're supposed to... We can't change our laws because of the idiot personal union thing, and we can't declare wars, so, like, it's what are we supposed to spend on? We can't even boost our character with this because it doesn't work unless you are the actual country who has the guy. We should be able to actually push plutocracy back up a little bit here. God damn it. We had it all, chat. We had like 70 plutocracy. Now look at us. Look how we've fallen. God, this is terrible. What a time to wish we weren't alive. Guess we'll just go for additional taxes, dog. Could use more commoners satisfaction, more satisfaction on these guys. I like the rate on that, but maybe an argument there. From a balanced POV action, deving is bad, but RP-wise, assigning a trusted advisor to oversee the development of the province makes sense. I agree. Dev should maybe be acquired in a different way. More emergent, less, there's very little player agency in getting developments. And it's, like, really important. I think this system could be a lot better. Oh, we should have... maybe someone remembers what it was at before. Oh, yeah, look how much cultural influence. We were getting, like, a fraction of a point before. And now we're gaining, like, 3. Yeah, so our cultural influence will fly up here. 3 a month is insane. Yeah, it'll just very quickly get to... And then this was at like 0.18 or something before, right? And it was at 0.11, now it's at 9 point something, or 11 point something, 9 point something, it'll be 7 point something next month, etc. And so the annexation gets to go way faster. Yeah, see? This is why we were doing that ish. We can't embrace this for the faster tech. I think it's spreading to us pretty fast now though. And this will give us a little bit more there as well. God, we should be using our diplomats, but it's tough. Let's get that up, I guess. Don't you love the last day of Parliament -5 approval when you're holding 53? I think that system should be changed because it incentivizes you to wait until the very end. Like it incentivizes a play pattern that causes you to like shoot yourself in the foot a lot because it incentivizes you to wait to the very end. That way you know all the events you're going to have so you can do the support like correctly. But at the same time, like if you miss the very end, like your parliament runs out. I think that maybe there's a setting for it to, or maybe it's a mod. We gain Hussite heresy. Oh no, maybe it's a mod. Where you can have it auto-pause the day before the end of Parliament. Maybe it's a game setting. If so, maybe we should just have it on. Obviously you can't use it in multiplayer, but... So we were at like 80 or something for our influence. It's up to 120, so it's like over 50% higher. And it's still gaining 2. Because it operates on an equilibrium, so... Now we are a positive cultural influence. So we've more than doubled the speed at which we're annexing this idiot. Who hopefully annexes the other guy beforehand, but we'll see. We'll see, we'll see. Write something down. You're 1454, HRE OPM is 55 dev. Honestly, I'd rather the dev province action just didn't exist. It's not dev province, it's parliament. It's the fact that they always host parliament in the same spot. But yeah, like, it's not a... The fact that OPM's just, like, get an obscene amount of dev is, like, silly. I don't know, there are, like, sillier things in the game. Like, one of the things I find frustrating is that, like, there's very little... You either, like, get the dev things or you don't, and there's very, like, little player agency or interaction with it. You know what I mean? We maybe don't want to have good relations with Saxony, because we maybe actually want to fight them. Just kidding. We take it back. We probably don't need to pay for as much Diplo as we are, though, given that's how we're playing. Speeding up. And we don't have the way larger than them modifier yet. Once that gets going, like, we'll be cranking up. This is just, like, a lot of stalling out. Feels like. Local council will also be pretty solid. Not sure it's worth building for us, but... Uni is also super stimmy the economy, because they let you do the paper and books thing like a lot harder than just libraries alone. This guy is making really good progress on converting stuff to Brandenburgian. Same with this guy, Brandenburgish. Can you give us one that gives us prestige, please? What's sickening to me is this is gonna stall out at 24. Like, with how the system works. And we know it's gonna stall out at 24. And we're just gonna be, like, going absolutely feral for any type of event that gives us any progression. An artist executed. Oh no. We'd execute an artist for 5 prestige. How the hell are you supposed to culture convert burghers now? They won't convert if they speak the market language. You need to convert them to change the market language. No, you don't. You just need more burghers of your market language. This is an incomplete evaluation of what's going on here. So, what you do is you convert other places, and then you build stuff that gives burger pops in other places. And you promote pops that are not burgers to burgers that are of your culture. So if 100% of our burgers were non-German, right? But 100% of our peasants were burgers, as we promote guys to burgers, we would be gaining additional burgers of that thing. But what that means is that you want to monitor what cultures you have in locations, and only build urban buildings in the locations that have the pop you are trying to get, or the culture you're trying to get, already there. Are pirates bugged? No, I don't know. What's your impression of economy in 1.2? I've been really changing up which buildings I prioritize now. Well, you don't get price collapses as hard, so that changes things up. Also, trade is not very good, it seems, until you have maritime presence, and then it kind of picks up, but is overall a little bit nerfed. I don't know if there's too much revolutionary other than that. Like, glass is way better. Because pops actually consume it, so you can build way more of it. So this makes, like, downstream, like, stuff like sand better. Wool has been rebuffed. Wool's back to being insane. Which, for the record, I think it should be, so I'm super okay with that. I appreciate you pretty behind on stream, but the fact that you remember how I play and having low pops is crazy. Wait, I'm not that far behind on stream. You're behind. You're watching behind, my guy. You'll see this in a few minutes. So I said that like forever ago. I'm not all that great at remembering stuff, but there's a lot of people to keep track of. Generally, it helps a lot if you have a picture. Like, the association of being able to see the picture, for, like, the people in chat who are, like, chatting without a picture, it's way easier for me to forget, like, information about you. Did Austria already enact dynastic preference? Oh, they might have. I don't know. Yeah, they did. It's fine. We can eventually fight them. I think we're okay. Well, we're not okay. We're actually just in, like, constant and unending, unyielding pain. I swear to God, we're gonna roll a prestige event that gives us +5, and then we're gonna not find one for forever. Holy shit. Is this a prestige event? No, okay. Well, it is, but only on one side of things. Alright, my kingdom for 5 prestige. In 2 months. Do not give us 5 prestige with 1 more tick. Alright. Craven's okay. Craven's okay. Craven we can work with. Please give us some prestige. Holy shit. Give us an event. Let us out. Starting to get a decent amount of pops now. Yeah, you could look at this. You can see Mittelmark is like really hoovering up the pops because it has all the additional food, or it's producing way more pops from the granaries. We have the enforced culture cooldown. I don't think we want to use it though. We can start annexing another guy. It'll give us a 50% penalty though. God, what's it like not having the auto-expand mod in your life? It's terrible. Agreed on, well, it feels like organically makes the right countries economically powerhouses to what happened historically. Like, historically, textiles were, like, almost the only thing that gets traded. So, like, you can make the argument that, like, the entire RGO system should just be wildly different, but to the extent that, like, you have a good that's, like, widely used, like, wool should be one of them. What do we think, chat? What do we think of this? I don't know, chat. We might not have room for this idiot. What do we think? We unfocus the camera? No. Not the unfocused camera. It's time to show everyone Gilgalad again. Look, here's our Gilgalad mini. You see? Aren't you glad you saw him? We, of course, need to put our hand in front of the camera and slowly pull it back in order to get it to refocus. So, just kidding. We actually got a new camera, which is worse than our old one, that would get out of focus a lot as an excuse to show off our Gilgalad mini. Yeah. Canonize? Oh my god, you're right. We could have canonized. Pre-recorded gameplay. Alright, we're gonna click. And then Mr. Emperor, give us! Give it to us! Thank you. We can finally play the game again. Probably need to wait a month for this to update. What? 58 versus... Okay. Yes? We're ranked number 1. This does not make us the senior member. Bueller. We need more. We need more. How the hell are we supposed to get 14 great power score? I might just be waiting for that annexation to finish. Just kidding, chat. We don't get to play yet. RGO system would have been legendary if locations could have had primary and second RGO goods. I mean, they maybe should. Like, textiles were, like, omni-important. I don't know if... I'm, like, 800% sure that if textiles were represented in a way that was, like, a historical simulation, people would complain about how much textiles were represented. Well, you can change market language by seeding primary culture burgers in a rural location, towning it, and then moving the market capital to that location. Seeding primary culture burgers in a rural location, towning it, then move the market capital to that location. Market language should change. Market language is derived from, unless I'm mistaken here, is derived from the underlying burgers in the totality of the market, not just the capital. Next time get something appropriate like a golem mini. Oh! Okay. Just make a big ass army, bro. I don't think we can afford a big ass army. God, just pain. Now we're getting 23% bonus instead of a malice, so that's a lot faster. Does it really matter what we put in here? God damn it. I think we're gonna curtail, but we're gonna get our law changed on us. We can also put this in. Go education of the people. For the max tax. I actually think rural noble authority is kind of okay though. Do we have parliament taxes? I think we have to right now, right? We don't. We're just on favor of the elites. What happens if we do nobility electorate? We just bork the union, right? You have 6-7 average control. Not like this. Realms of Exthermon, not Path of Exile. Anyone knew the info of Vic 3 crashes on Navy Invasion True if you don't have the latest DLC? Only played PoE, but crashed 5 to 15 years. The forced succession law. I think you can refuse. You cannot refuse. When removed, we lock the dynamic succession law. We lock the dynastic. But we could just do this. Oh, it just unlocks it. And they can just change it back on us. No. I think currently we're backsliding to free subjects and we'd rather not be, so let's just do this. I don't know if that works for us. Dev is kind of coming up a little bit-ish. We're using dev province. If you're using dev province somewhere, you should probably have the roads for the percentage modifier on it. I feel like we're gonna get inundated with, oh, we should have given out a city right, a town right. Oh, it's not the where population is anymore. Large food storage keeps winning. These granary town rights is kind of hot. But what are we doing? This can become a city. We need 1800. Okay. Okay. Bro, just become emperor. I'm trying, okay? You don't need legitimacy. But we'd rather they get cucked. Coco GH, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Thank you. Oh, we have this now. Let's go for the bureaucracy. Kick things off. And then I guess the trade range we have there, and the trade range we have there. And we'll see him. Alright. Could rival Poland for more prestige. I generally like rivaling the people who rivaled us. Oh, oh my god, I feel so stupid. I forgot we can generate CVs on these guys. I think we just get enforced on by the Emperor, but I'm, like, not used to this play pattern. So we can just, like, try and keep declaring on him. None of this seems like that good for us. Oh wait, let's do this. And then stop doing this. Oh, we can't. Let's get off of favor the elites at the very least. It feels so pointless because it's going to get re-applied to us, but the way that this event scales is so insane because eventually it's like you could build 10 universities or you could feed this guy's mind. Pain. Just need like the university here, to be honest. I mean, what do we use the points on? Like additional taxes, I guess? Can use it on a CB again on this one guy. I don't think, do we have a truce with him? I guess we don't have a truce. It costs us 10 stab to deck though, it's so stupid. We just deck, we eat 10 stab and then we get enforced on, or we get the like stupid Austria stuff. I don't even know if it's worth us, like, trying to make CVs, because if that's just how that shakes out, then, like, what's the point? This is effectively stab for us, I guess. By passing this. We get decentralization. Decentralization, or centralization progress is actually not insanely bad for us. Because it does make us annex quicker. Kind of weird that, because normally we just want to max out the thing, but now we're having net plus 25% speed here. Scale costs definitely go whack. Imagine comparing education one child to urbanizing all the African continent. Does the AI ever rein in the junior partner? They've been reining us in all day. Spying on electorates and make vote them dislike. Oh, make them dislike? Oh, that's probably... The Emperor strats I'm a little less privy to, but yeah, that would make sense. Just make them hate Austria. I'm going to sleep. Good night. Take care, man. It's cool stuff. Womp womp. We could contribute directly. I think we might actually be calling the stream here ourselves. Oh, I've just been struggle busing. I feel like a lot of it's just felt like waiting. When we get this annexation off, though, I think we might get bigger by a big enough margin to take over the Union. This seems to be like the point of issue for us. So, I don't know why I couldn't say that the first time. But we'll see if anyone else is streaming. Also probably just should. What emu's playing EU4? Maybe we could raid someone playing EU4. Someone's title is learning to hate EU5 again. Alright, we'll throw them a raid. They are the most viewed person in the lobby. So, we will probably be back on Wednesday for our next stream. We'll see. Well, this guy just raided someone playing Minecraft. No. We'll still send the Twitchers into the Minecraft abyss. Bye, Twitchers. And then we'll say goodbye to the YouTubers. Bye, YouTubers. Thank you for coming out. You fixed the auto-expand fork again? Nice. Should be the correct version. Okay. Thank you. Godspeed.